Alright, there we go. Alright, but there we go. Sorry, that cough's terrible. Okay, I'm gonna some water real quick. Give me a second. And then I'll do the other stuff. Should be good. Alright. I still got a cough going on. Hold on, give me a second. I got hiccups, bro. Whatever, bro. Alright. What is good, everybody? It is your boy, JJ That Dude, and we are finally back on some Greatest Attorney Chronicles. Now, if you've forgotten or have not seen the rest of me doing the Greatest Attorney Chronicles, where I probably blunder some names and words, probably get cooked on every standpoint of view. I had hiccups again and coughs. I like how they want to do this to me when I'm not playing Ace 30. Crazy work. But yeah, hold up. I'm trying to wait for this cough because I feel like I got a cough, but it doesn't want to cough. Then when I go talk, then it gives me a cough. There you go. Sorry if I sound a little bad. It's still saying me. But anyway, besides, what's the point I was gonna say? Oh yeah, here's the point I'm trying to make. If y'all last forgot where I last played the Greatest Attorney Chronicles, I haven't played this since the last 2 weeks. Cause I played it last 2 weeks. Cause I did do it on that Monday. It's technically a week and a few days, I'll say. Because I said I was gonna do this later when I get a chance. Cause I was gonna help Vortex with whatever he needed help with, and go from there. And last part y'all lastly figured out was we're now going to go into the second part of the game, which is Resolve, which is why I have Resolve 2 up there, and that's have part 16. So yeah, we got that down packed, so we're going to do that one. So I'm saying part 16 because this game is still the same thing in the whole thing. So yeah, we're on the Greatest Attorney Chronicles. If y'all haven't figure out what happened in this part, what I would recommend y'all doing is looking at the other series before you come in looking at this. If you're not on the live, I'd recommend you looking at the old stuff before you get into the new stuff, because we're going to the new stuff, which is part 2 thing for it. So we're into that, we're locked in, we're getting everything straight and ready for the party. We going in there saying though. And oh yeah, and if y'all would like to join the Discord or join any kind of social media I have, let me know in the comments. I will gladly give it to you. And some of them are already on the profile. Then that be known ahead of time. I do all other stuff like Marvel Rivals. I might do My Heroes Rumble. I usually do it on Twitch stuff sometimes. But yes, that's the point. Those 2 games we do. I might do Stardew Valley at some point in time. Don't know when though, but some point in time. I do other related games. Then there's Guilty Gear. There's other Street Fighter games I might play here and there. So there's a lot of games I play. If you name it, I'll let you know if I play it though. And if you want to know the other game I play, which is Suicide Squad, which I play with Rico, Vortex, and Concave at the moment. Instead I'm doing Dragon Ball Universe 2. I'm not probably streaming that, but yeah, I played that. Cross Tag, Set for Ultimax, and so on and so forth. And I play a little bit of Zero. But yeah. So yeah, we've already passed this part. So we would have to go to Resolve 2. And we're gonna go into this one. So let's go. Which now, if y'all are in this thing to talk about it, let's talk about it. Let's talk. So we are here. We all realize and recognize that Susato Mikotoba went out there to go back to Japan to see her father and stuff, and all that other good stuff. So she's going to see her father. Well, actually, she's been trying to go in to see her father, and then we learned about some Morse code thing about four people in particular, mainly those that of who was Gregson, Tobias Gregson or something. So Tobias Gregson, we know is our other friend who was Kazuma Osagi, and then there was two other people. Oh yeah, Dr. John H. Wilson. There's those three, and then there's some other random person that we don't know yet. So we're here with it. Okay, so she's going to see her grave of her dad.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Okay, this is her voice on a voice. A lot of these people's voices are kind of crazy though.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Indeed he has, thanks to you.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
He definitely is. Most likely.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened.
Can you do voice lines for me the entire time? That'd be nice.
Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with an awful crime. What? Oh, dang.
So I came here today to ask something of you.
Watch over her?
Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
Oh, brother.
For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Wait, did that girl get bodied or something? Oh, dang,
So
she did get
please,
bodied.
I ask for your guidance.
So, like, she really...
Kazuma-sama.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. Oh. Wow, I thought you were going to ask your dad for help, but I guess that works too. The Ventures of the Blossoming Attorney. Nice. Okay, what I was going to say, though, was, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, but, like, she literally was the first one to kill someone, and now she got bodied. I think that's justified. I think that's justified. I think it's justified. Somebody testify. Hey, so we'll get that Devon Dudley song back then. All right, anyway. The 13th of August, 8:26 a.m., the Supreme Court of Judiciary, or Judicature, I'm going to say Judicature, defendants Antechamber 3. And I might get, and I look, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna butcher some names. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna butcher some names so bad. Like, look, bro, I've been having to do a whole bunch of work. I need help. And please, I'm not gonna lie, next time I ever have to do these things, could someone help me with the girl voice lines? Like, I'd appreciate that. That'd help my case out. Like, cause look, I've seen someone out there be the guy guest try to do all the talking a little bit, and then the other girl handle the other lines. I'ma need that. I'ma need a woman like that. I'ma need a good old trusty woman I can trust on in that. When it comes to at least the PlayStation. When it comes to PlayStation, at least. Now, if you're on PC, I can't help do nothing about that because they can't hear you at that point. Unless I was like on the PC with the PlayStation thing, and then it goes from there. But even then, I can't help that. All right. Let me lock in. All right. Do I have to talk? Okay. Do I have to talk like a woman here? If I have to, I'm cooked. Because she has to be a lawyer here. So here's what I'm going to do for y'all. For the people out there that might get confused on why I might do a regular voice, it's because, look, I need my regular voice. I don't want to do every other voice, and I'm getting cooked doing that. So for this time being, at the moment for Susato's voice line, for right now, it's going to be my regular voice. If I gotta do little bitty girl voices, I ain't gonna lie, I'm cooked. Cause if I don't talk about regular voice at some point in time, I'm getting cooked. So I'm letting that be known for this part right here at least, or the supposed stream here. That what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that this right here is out of voice line for just this time being. Now, if I have to do her as a lawyer the entire time, then it's fine. I'm gonna do her regular voice and then go from there. Other than that, it is what it is. Because I don't think I can do that other line she's doing. But here I am again after 9 months. That probably just sounds kind of crazy. But I'm not even trying to butcher the name of it. But hey, this is what it is. But I'm gonna do my regular voice. Here I am again after 9 months. Supreme Court Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. I thought he was supposed to be... Oh, my bad. He's supposed to be sick. My apologies. He was sick, not dead. I'm sorry. My bad. See, I got some of y'all mad at me. They're like, bro, shut up, yo, stupid tell up. You don't even care much about the story. Look, I'm sorry. I thought he had passed away by sickness. I thought that's what you usually do. Be like, oh yeah, you ain't got no dad no more. Congratulations, ha ha, and all that other stuff. I didn't know. Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. Ah, good. You're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh yes. Good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. What'd you say now, girl? You're my daughter. You're not going to say that again in the court of law. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. He's not lying, though. Eugen Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. A man who, early in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father... excuse me? Oh, that's the girl we gotta defend, I'm assuming? Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life, it's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Memabami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. That's your greatest friend, but you never told us about your greatest friend? Though unusually for a woman our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. Sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Make sense? Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? And like I said, this voice line is only temporary, at least until, you know, I don't know if, what you call it? The other guy's gonna be in there. I don't know if Ryunosuke Naruhoda is gonna be in this thing, but if he's not, then I'm gonna have her as the regular voice line, because I'm not trying to get cooked with my daggone throat. Yeah, are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh, well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Hey yo, my boy, they talk about you. He said, shut up, alright, I got you, baby girl, I got you, my bad, my apologies, you got that. You got that. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Yeah, they do not know who you is. They do not know that you're a girl. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through their disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Ray, come on now. What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry. I did say something sooner, Ray. No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform. That varsity cap. I say university, like, hey, I guess we're in a university world, huh? That varsity cap. That varsity cape. That varsity badge. Look at you. You look, for all the world, just like a student of the Imperial Yumi University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up at 4 this morning to make a start. I said X, not square. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted in the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Bro, because women can't judge in this thing. Like, women cannot go out there and do no lawyer duties. But they're like, nah, man, look. You can't even be in this place. They won't even let you be a daggone sidekick. They'll say, look, man, you only get 5 minutes. That's all you get. That's crazy work. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. That is very true, sadly, and when it comes to the place of Japan, at least in this game. I realize I wouldn't know. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. That is unfair. I will say that is very unjustifiably wrong for that. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend, even though I've never, ever heard her say nothing about you. Except to this game. I just worried that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray. Please don't look at me like that. With those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Like you got the look, she's trying to be a Riz in the fact of I don't know, something else. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Yeah, bro, look, man, at this point, Ray, just go out there and ship yourself with, you know, the girl. Just do that. Just, at this point, just do it. Just do that, you know? You got that, yo, Susato, you got that. You, Susato, Ray, sit in the tree cast, that's ING, you got that. I ain't mess with you. I ain't mess with that. I ain't gonna lie, you got that. Hey, you got that right, Raph, you got that. They got that, bro. I'm not gonna stop that. She just want that. I understand. If she want it, let her have it. At this point, unless she likes Ryunosuke that much, which technically she kind of does, but that's past the point. We're gonna let her rock with that, cause we didn't get nothing to know about this friend until now. You might as well have that. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. Ha 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 ha. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man, and not my daughter, which is a good thing apparently. I am pleased. I think it certainly helped to bolster my confidence. And Raph, just so you know, I'm doing Susato's voice in my regular voice because I don't think the main character is supposed to be here. Not that I know of. Now, if he is in here, then I'm about to change it up. But yeah, I'm not trying to talk in her voice the entire time, and then my throat feels like crap. I'm good on that. I'm not gonna hold you. If I keep coughing the entire time, that's gonna be a bad sign, and I'm gonna be cooked. I gotta do every other voice possible. Right. You're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see right through you. Technically, I can. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Sato, you do believe me, don't you? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If I ever do these achievement things, we'll see how it goes. And I'm about to get cooked. Hold on, let me see. How many save files can I do? Let me see. Yeah, that is fair though. That is fair. That is fair. But I don't know how it would be, cause look, I heard her voice and I heard the other guy's voice. The other dude, the other girl just sounds like, in the Bailey. Like, no, I'm not trying to do all that. My voice said, can I do that? That's why I can't do a girl's voice. I have to make it to another thing anyway. But to be fair, you are right though. I am supposed to make it masculine anyway. So honestly, I'll take that chance of just doing my regular voice and just be fine with that. But yes, I do believe in you, Ray. I do believe in you, man. That girl literally got bodied, which honestly is kind of justified in my opinion. That girl killed someone and bodied someone and no one else was going to do something about it, so I think it's fair. That's just me. The English woman should have got bodied anyway. That's just me. I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course, of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you to the bitter end in this trial. Just like another man would say. Ryunosuke Naruhodo would say. But, you know, whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Yeah, she got that Ryunosuke effect on her. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. Yep, yeah, she got that. Yeah, she got that from me, I'll say. Such a contrast. One of the other streamers while watching is constantly sipping for just a brown bread. Honestly, I kind of got myself cooked up for that, but look, that's not the point. Look, I'm sorry. I'ma keep it a stack. She deserved to get cooked. I'ma keep it a stack. Like, bro, she went out there and bodied Dr. John H. Wilson, bro. She literally bodied a little girl's, like, father. Like, come on. And we didn't even tell her about it. That's the sad thing about it. I don't know who's more of a criminal, us or the daggone woman that killed her, that killed the man. Probably both, but mainly him though. But like, mainly her. But come on. Oh, brother. Well, I'm gonna hate her more and more then by the second. I ain't gonna lie, that's tough then. They're getting me cooked either way with this. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Honestly, I would too, bro. Look, you gonna get bodied because you're got because of some nonsense. Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. Look, she just think about what I'd be doing. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. At least, the being late thing is accurate. If you miss court, you get the default judgment. Yep, that is definitely true. I know that out of everything in general. That is definitely true. That is definitely true. But everything else that this Ace Attorney be having, them things be on some nonsense. Like, bro, you telling me they go out there and be like, hey, yeah, you see this evidence right here? Yeah, I'm gonna break the evidence. I'm sorry, I've never seen a case where you break evidence and that person's not declared guilty or something of perjury or some dumb nonsense like that. They said, oh yeah, nah, we're good. Yeah, she's good, she's fine. Yeah, let her cook. I like this. I like where this is going. That is crazy work though. But other than that, hey, that's what it is. You know. Okay, that's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to the. I can't see that part yet. Came to this. Okay, thank you. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Crap, this chair's doing it. Hey. I can't bring a bottle of water up here. Okay. I'm back. Sorry, I had to get rid of that cough. That cough's terrible. Wonder if the court system tries to bleed you dry, like in real life. I feel like this is what happens. It depends. I think it depends on the judge, though. Oh. I mean, to be fair, I told everyone in the very beginning, if they haven't seen the first, game, all the way up to the other parts that's coming up to it, they probably should not be looking at this. They probably shouldn't. But yeah, but I will, but oh my goodness. But I will say is this, though. Wait, what was I about to say? I don't even know. But hey, probably was going to say something along the lines of, they wanted to look at it, they could look at the other part and go from there. But for some reason, I'm gonna say this. I will say this though. From what I'm thinking, I don't know if it's gonna be a case where since we're doing the first thing, right? We're gonna get obviously the prosecutor's gonna probably be Archie or whatever, the Archie dude or whatever that dude is with the hair. It's like, the execution is ready, Your Honor. I'm gonna go out there and cook them up. And have my Weevil voice for him. But I know he's gonna be up here. And I feel like every person that has been supposedly, alive, I don't know about that girl, because I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. I feel like that other girl, the girl that was supposedly got hit with the knife, is going to come back to play. I don't know how it's going to come back to play, but I feel like it's going to come back to play. And I don't know about the Morse code. They have 4 Morse code things for, yeah. Okay, let me explain your thing real quick. Okay, you said, this is a series where getting spoiled, it's in your own fault. Yeah, it should be, because look, I put part 16 down. I put Resolve 2. If they go up there, look at the daggone thing, that is on them, and they go out there and tap it. That is 100% on them. They should not be on my thing, at least this part right here, until they actually look at the other stuff of where I'm at. They shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, Morse code thing. 4 people. I forgot that the other person. But Kazuma. Something happened with Kazuma. Then you got Tobias Gregson, I think it was. Then I think it was Dr. John H. Wilson. So I don't know if that's a body list or something. I don't know what that's going on with it. But I have to figure that out later. Whenever it comes down to it, try to remember that. Keep that in my brain. If it really matters for later, let that be known. But yeah, keep it going though. Oh, you said no, I'm talking about kind of a no spoiler rule that keeps them for the preview. Okay, thank you. So yeah, the list was those 3 I mentioned. So Dr. John H. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we got it. Wilson, Cosma, Gregson, and then Brad, which I forgot about the other dude. Thank you for letting me know. But I don't know who that dude is yet. Maybe he might come up in this game somewhere in there, unless there's just gonna be a red face. It's like, oh yeah, this guy got bodied. Yeah, this is him right here. Here's the ID. Congratulations, there you go, you found him. Some nonsense. But other than that, yeah, we'll see how it goes though. But Capcom, I'm gonna let you know, Capcom, y'all know I love you. I play your Street Fighter games. Look, it is not my fault Yeah, I know Gregson. Yeah, I know Gregson. He was in like he was the inspector dude. I know him, the police inspector dude. Dude out there that literally eats chips or fries or chips, whatever you want to call the thing that's in England. I don't know what it's called. Chips and dip or something? I don't daggone know. Whatever that is called. But yeah, I know that's Gregson. I know that's Gregson. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I remember the other words like that. But that's point though. Okay, but oh yeah. Wait, you said bread? Is it like Jezebel bread or is it like another bread? My bad, I couldn't tell. But yeah, anyway, let's just keep it balling. Let me not sit here the entire time this happened. But I'm locked in though. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. Cause look, I didn't know if it was like Jezebel bread, cause I thought it was like another bread. That's why I was kind of confused about the other part. So I can't say that about that. I don't know. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her task or case. I didn't want to burden her with that. Oh, that's why, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You had just Brett, like you had B-R-E-T. That's why I was confused. That's why I was confused. Cause Brett has two T's like you had right there. That's why it confused me. Yeah, I know Jezebel Brett in general. I already mentioned that. I already knew her. It's like you just had only one T in that thing. I'm gonna get confused by that. You gotta have those two T's like you always had like right there. God, you. I thought I was gonna get cooked out. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take this case? Is it really the reason because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my students. Thank you, Father. Sada Mikatoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to an unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. Indeed she has. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for her. The trial ahead, I'm assuming, because I can't see that thing because the thing blocking it for a second. For the trial, yep. Let me read it and then I need more water. Swallow stupid. There's no reason to not have played an earlier game where they're as successful as they are. If you start on game 5 and are spoiled on game 2, that's your fault. Yeah, that's not on me. Like, I'm not gonna lie. If I say Resolve 2, that's what the game is called. If I go up here, look at this thing. This thing is, hold up. Resolve 2 if I'm not mistaken, right? Look, Adventures. Resolve 2. If it's Resolve 2, that is on them. I'm sorry. And I'm saying that, Capcom, if you go out there and hit a spoiler thing for my video, literally, let's keep it a stack. I put up there, if y'all look at my title, sorry, excuse me. I had to say that ahead of time now. But if I have Greatest Attorney Chronicles Resolve 2, that means Resolve 2. It doesn't mean Adventures. I resolve. Now, the other ones in the very beginning, I never put Adventures. I just said the Greatest Attorney Chronicles. That's all I said. This one is Resolve. If you go out there and you see Resolve, you know not to go in here if you haven't looked anything at Adventures. So please, have common sense and look at this. Resolve 2. Y'all can hop off my wagon. Anyway, let me get some water real quick. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it in the sink. That way I don't have to go back in here. Y'all give me a quick second. I'm gonna give me some water because I gotta beat this trial anyway. I'll be here for a while. right there by the thing. It's pretty good. Sorry now, I'm back. I'm sorry again. I made sure I had water right there. So we don't have to go downstairs and then get it. Because I know my voice feels like crap. But we're going to ball though. And that's also why I have talking in the guy's voice for at least big character at the moment. Say we're balling though. So I'm going to get cooked if I don't. Wish me luck, Naruto-san. I'm pretty sure he would. The 13th of August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Mamamambi. Okay, so let me ask you this though, Raph. Let me ask you this, my boy. Look, if it's like, is it like Mem and then Bombi, or is it some other weird way? I don't know if it's like Mem and then Bobby or anything crazy. Let me ask that, because I don't want to butcher her name. Like I be butchering some other people's names sometimes. Let me ask that. Maybe I might be spelling wrong. Maybe I might be right. I gotta figure out. And that's my case out, so I know her name, and I'm not gonna butcher anyone's name. Because I feel like I might butcher some people's names. I ain't gonna hold you. Like Gina Lestrade, I messed that up and I said, let's trade. Gina Lestrade. But yeah, Gina Lestrade, done with that one. But yeah, look. Lestrade, but that's the point though. Gotta ask, and when he sees it, so hey, it is what it is. But anyway, moving on though. Alright, now it's time for me to do my Archie voice. It's gonna sound like Weevil. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed and prepare, Your Honor. Or Your Excellency. There you go, gotta make it work. Girl, Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready. Oh yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruto? Is that correct? Like, what the heck are we doing here? Sorry? Oh yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I've simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I'm Ryotaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruto clan. Ah, that's beautiful. It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruto? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruto, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruto, currently in Britain as a part of the study programming. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. Tut, what a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susanoo is every bit a gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? What are you smoking on? That's a guy! Oh, Please be careful, Ray.
Tush! Ha ha ha! What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? You're trying to cook up your friend here. I'm gonna beat the dog out of him. His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Hey, look, you got that Naruto look on you. Hey, so that works for you. You might work in the family. Ain't gonna lie. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand why Naruto side goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. I don't know how to feel about that, but hey. The cases to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Bro, they assumed that that other dude literally was out there killing people. That's not on them. Like, come on, bro. Look, man, they can't be mad at us, bro. Come on.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruto stood where you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even a law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. But please, do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Who? This is simple. I couldn't forget that even if I tried. Ah. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blink. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear. This is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course. The court record. Yes, the answer will be among all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Just use R1 to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with R1. And don't take too long over it. It actually is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with R1. That's where the information I need will be. So obviously it will be just about Brett. We know this, but yeah. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? I mean, we could troll, but nah, we good. We're not looking for achievements at the moment, so we're not looking for achievements at the moment, but we will probably in the future, but nah, we'll be good. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jezebel Brett. Jezebel Brett? A name that will never be forgotten in the courtroom. glimpse of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of the Empire Judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of the Great Britain. Make sense? Why then is her name and double associated with our own Empire's judicial history? Obviously, you haven't forgotten the case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, we know it's because, you know, she's from British, you know, we're in New England, all that other good stuff. So you already know about that. It's a British exchange dude. We already know this. Just letting y'all see that heads on though. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. It's about Brett. Behind the woman's student's persona was the face of... She was a killer in the case. She's a killer though.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University was killed, and the culprit was Jezebel Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. They definitely did, and that girl literally said, I'm gonna bring the gun out. Boom, boom, boom. But like, I ain't gonna lie, Archie out here looking like these. Yeah, that man's struggling, man. I think she's 16? Wait, hold up. Let me get this straight. Oh, dang. Ain't she out of 16 too? Or is she 17? I forgot, bro. I forgot she's 16 or 17. Cause I can't tell. 9 months? I don't know what her birthday is. So I don't know if she's the other girl's 16 or 17. We balling though. I don't really care. We balling regardless though. And it was in the midst of this delicate, hold up, delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. Sorry if I y'all know too much. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikitoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder, which was the main character. Second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhoda. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. Exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Jezebel Brett. I had to blind my eyes with that white though. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular coward there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before? See, I don't think this woman did it. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Archie.
YMCA! As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. This place looks pretty beautiful. I'm not gonna hold you. On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused Ray Mbambi. Or Mbambi, it don't really matter. Accordingly, there can only be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive.
What powerful motive does she have? What? She killed Dr. John H. Wilson? Like, what?
The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Okay. Well, that extraordinary description of events needs to be somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecutor and counsel on what he said. He said, motive. Motive. What was motive? You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut tut tut, is that yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mbami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Human University, I believe?
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikatoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear! Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikatoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Then why did you just say that?
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson.
I won't deny that. She probably does have a lot of respect for him. But that does leave a motive. I wouldn't say it's a powerful motive, but it's a motive nonetheless. I can understand your point there. We got nothing wrong with that. But the problem is, is that all he gonna do? Is he gonna say because he just killed him? Like, really? Like, bro. I don't think they would want to do that. They would probably say, hey, let me pay someone to do that. That would be more smarter to do. But what do I know?
Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Like, look, all she had to say was, "I didn't like what she did, and I want nothing but hate for her, and nothing but hatred towards her." But I'm not for the fight her over that. Like, look, you know what I'm saying? Because that's not what Dr. John X Bush would have wanted. That's what you should have said. She would have been all right. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. Let's find out more details. It's something we could use to bolster our defense. So, lawyer, I really had to pick up what he said. Okay, we did profit motive. How about the bait spot? If I may, Prosecutor Archie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of a murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
Oh, that's what you mean. For old time's sakes, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers in matters of diplomacy. It seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whim of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
No offense, but that other detective is garbage when it comes to that. But he is a man of culture. I respect him. But in fact, a murder took place. So where was he at?
I said don't look at me! It was the young student girl who did it, not I! I didn't do crap! Seriously!
I'll just do that real quick. No one has proved that yet. I'm looking at this thing real quick. Alright. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. Okay. Mbambi-san. Yes. What is this? Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my Elias Ryotaro Susato. Yeah, wait, why didn't we? I really wonder why they didn't do that. Why did they say Ryotaro Susato? That would have made a lot more sense. Because then they could have just said, yes, Sato, as much as she wanted. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
But seriously, why would she do that? If she does that, guess what? Congratulations, she's in jail. Why would she even get a daggone lawyer for me? Like, what now?
No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities with attorneys in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
Tish, ha, ha.
I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Indeed, indeed. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarnation, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Now that's definitely true. Like, I'm sorry, but if I go out there, I was vibing and stuff, I'm doing my thing, I have my daggone mentor, who's Wilson, he gets literally bodied by this woman, and this woman's like, yeah, I don't care. Then she's like, blah, 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 and you just see you see her every day. I'd crash out too. I'm like, bro, nah, you don't even deserve to be here, bro. You should got bodied. But like, I understand, like, if she did do it, I wouldn't be that mad. I'd be like, you got that. I wouldn't even be mad about it. Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Yeah, it looks like a whole bunch of outfits for her. There's a bottle right there. One question though. Yeah, one little question I have is, why is that, why is that little thing, like a little slash thing right there, that little white little thing out there, like in the middle, like the very middle, not of her, but like the middle of the back, where you see that little, see that? Why is that little thing open a little bit? Like, how'd that happen?
As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
Yeah, but it could still, like, if we're going off of your assumption, this thing said, okay, the victim's bread. Time of death was around this. Ascertained by the examination of this, But it said a single deep stab wound behind, piercing a lung, so on and so forth. Extreme meiosis, constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Okay, that's a problem. But anyway, they still could get stabbed at the back of that thing, though. There's no doubt about that, though. But let's keep going down. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Go ahead. Excuse me. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendants were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, if I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendants. Sadly, it does at the moment. That's fine, though. Go ahead.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case.
What? Yeah, more?
We intend to prove the accused appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and good evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
That sounds like Cap. I don't know what he's talking about. One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takasuchi Achi, have been waiting for this moment. For research purposes, in fact. Run my fade.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courtroom. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ryanosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Achi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. And let me fix that hair for you. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Ah!
My hair! Strike the head of the samurai whose top knot has been cut in the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution? Are you modernizing as well, counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Achi growth. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Don't disrespect me! Today, I have faced another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be a fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. Here! With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and the defense each have much to lose and has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Well, he don't care about that. Okay, so Sasaki, Natsume, and Hosogawa, I guess. So yeah, we balling.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations to the court.
Oh, it's Hosonaga. My bad. Not Hosogawa, but Hosonaga. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Hempero, Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. I'm an author renowned throughout the capital. In fact, yes. Soon to be sued out. The sector I Am Cat, a sensational success by Sasaki Natsume.
Bro, what's with that thing on your hand? You didn't want to, make sure you're clean?
Oh my goodness.
Well, oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous around my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Sasaki even. Yes. What on earth is Sasaki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes who you really are, this will be over before begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Sasaki-san won't have forgotten me. I couldn't certainly forgotten him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I have last seen him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to help, seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it is this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau that might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sasaki-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Emperor Yumi University's, I'm looking at my thing real quick, Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yumi University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikatoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one in the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never left me alone. To secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Yeah, I like that. Keep that going, man. Keep that going. I got you on that, buddy. Yeah. You got it spitting right here. I ain't gonna hold you. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. So yeah, we're talking about this though. This is a problem. I don't like this. This thing kind of scares me a little bit, because that means anything can happen right here. But keep going. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Well, I mean, you are a man now, so hey, you gotta act like a man. Sasaki Natsume article has been entered into the courtroom record. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, give me a second. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. That man was about to chop your neck off. By that moment, he might as well be chopping your neck off. He was like, huh, 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 huh. He was about to chop the neck like, huh, huh, huh. Nah, that man was about to chop your neck off. I ain't gonna hold you. You got the cat right here. At this point, can I read this? I wish I could read. Wait, what the? How does the paper do that? How does the paper do this? I've never seen a newspaper look like this. Wait, it became it came debated alright. That man was about to chop a man's neck off for no reason. The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken to custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the universities immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. The response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector
Satoru Hosanaka.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all. Oh, sorry. I'll reread that again. No, my bad. My apologies. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach, because they were kind of cold like that. Here comes the cough. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. You got a little something right here? You got a little something right there? Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Oh, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if I only had, I'd never seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Yeah, I like that guy. He spit facts right here. I'm about to steal all this information. He kind of cooking. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. Alright, there you go. Sorry, heading on. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Not the course, but the coast. Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
Okay, I'll give you some more water if it gets rough, though. The witnessed scene. I thought it would have like some different like theme or something, so hey, I'm okay with the theme. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes! The young girl was astride to English. Oh my goodness. Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman.
That's perfect. That's better.
Dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. You bumbled yourself that bad. Was it just one wound? It was one wound. She had stabbed him. There's a single deep stab wound.
Okay, so can we just... Okay, I just want to see if I can save that, and then to see if that's all I need. If I have to do more reading, it's good. It's bad. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. It's just a single wound, though. Unless like there's like...
Just stabbing wildly, bro. The post-mortem says 2 or more. Come on!
And hold up, who just texted? Hold up, who texted me real quick? Y'all, let me get this text right real quick. Sure, give me a second though. Someone just texted me about something. Someone just texted me about some nonsense. Someone just texted me about some nonsense. Someone just texted me about some nonsense, so I'm just gonna get this out of the way straight. Okay, that's kind of weird though. Alright, anyway. Indeed. So yeah, y'all. So what I'm pressing is either the fourth one or the fifth one. But I might press the fifth one because I think he clearly said more wounds. So we're probably gonna press the post-mortem on that other thing. Not press, but we're gonna present the post-mortem thing on that fifth one in particular. Now this time, Wild One's crazy. I think either one might be a good one. Okay. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Oh, yes, this was it. You know, good evidence. I'm not saying that word.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more, she had it in her hand.
Ah, goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite literally there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency, or Honor. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the eminent barrel. R.M. Ray Babami. The initials of the defendant.
No!
That is kind of bad. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. This sucks. I ain't mad at that dude. He look kind of clean though. He look kind of clean. She looks like And these two look kind of clean though. I ain't gonna hold you. Why do they look like these? These look clean. Wait, what? There you go. The fountain pen has been into the courtroom. My bad. Can you again?
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and good evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courtroom today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. Prosecutor Archie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. You never notice his armpit? That is crazy. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Well, I already know the cross-examined. So we're gonna go right there. We're gonna present the daggone post-mortem and put it at the fourth or fifth testimony. The fourth one sounds crazy, but I'm gonna go for the fifth one just to be on the safe side, because this man is actually admitting it and actually saying other things for it. Naruhoda-san. Naruhoda. That means, oh yes, me. Duh. Is there another Naruhoda in my courtroom? Yeah, what about Ryunosuke Naruhoda? He's not here in this courtroom. Shut up, woman. Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhoda in your courtroom. That is very true, though. That is very true. Hold up, give me a second. This thing's acting weird. You haven't seen how crazy this case gets. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like the worst is yet to come. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together. I mean, you're not lying. I mean, she will be in our home probably if she, handles that thing with, saying Ryunosuke Naruhoda, Yeah. Unless Raymond Bobby says, you know what, no, I need a piece of that action. So I can't say nothing. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial system. Find inconsistencies in the witness testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Well, I already know what I'm gonna present. Let's just get this out the way, buddy. Let's just get that out the way. And save first. They won't let her join. Honestly, if they do, hey, I ain't stopping them. Who's stopping them? Who's stopping them? Not me. I ain't stopping them. I wouldn't stop them. Just get this out the way, bro. We already know it's the fifth thing. Get me out there. Give me the fifth option. I don't care. Shush that up. See, that sounds crazy. But I'm gonna press this one because he said that he stabbed the victim multiple times. Where this one says one single wound. So let's end that real quick. Let's talk about that real quick. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from the deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Okay, now okay, they got another beam going on. They got another beam out there.
What is the meaning of this menacing pose, Council? You got that dog in you.
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How? I'm gonna cook up with this. Yeah. Keep doing that thing. Yeah. I'm gonna cook up with this thing. Can we just see what this dude is? What is this dude here for? Who is this reporter doing, or whatever this guy is? News writer? I don't know. What's he here for? Seriously, what is this guy here for? He still has the mark on his hand. He ain't even cleaned that up yet. At this point, go to the bathroom, clean that hand up, and you good. This man's still writing, bro. Like, dude, go take a bathroom break. Get a bathroom break, brother. He's from the moon? Well, he need to go back to the moon and stay there. That's what he need to do. He need to stay to the moon. He need to stay there. Not you, Sasaki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me?
In your statement just now, you said the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand like a murderous demon. So how does that make it multiple stab wounds? It's only one stab wound in the daggone post-mortem. Why don't they call it autopsy report, though? Why don't they call it that? No, I'm not gonna say nothing about that. And yet, that cannot be.
What?
Get to the point, please, Counsel. Are you brain dead? You can't see this one little line? It's the first thing you look at. Actually, what's the last thing you look at? Only a single one was identified. That means that man is full of holes, just like his testimony. Or I could have said his testimony is full of holes, just like his chance of getting a girl. But we can't do that to him, though. He's a good man, though. He's a good man, though. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosonaga testimony is clearly flawed. And Sasaki-san.
Me? Yeah, you said she was swinging wildly. What are you doing?
You claim to have seen Mamami-san in throes of stabbing the victim. Yeah, you say you saw him just wildly throwing that thing.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both of you and Inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True.
Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Saki-san in fact saw was not the moment of the defendant's stabbed the victim at all. Indeed, that is true. Who just texted me again? But the moment that the defendant, in fact, drew the blade from the victim's body, that can't be! Excellent work, Susanoo. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Let me see. Something to remember from this case in general medical science, my goodness, is in its infancy and is nowhere near common knowledge. Okay, that's fair. Because I did say something about this right here at this comment compared to that. Would that be like maybe 100 people or less or something like that? That's what I'm assuming. At least when it comes to like medical science in general, when it comes to this game at least. Hey, but the theme is kind of fire though, I'm not gonna lie to you. And I gotta do like this, the OST for the games anyway. Which is kind of funny though, I gotta do OSTs too. So hey, we gotta make that work too. We'll see how it goes, bro.
No! Tish! Huh. Well, this takes me back.
Only medical professionals really know anything in this area. Okay, that's fair.
Yes! I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. But you won't win! A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show!
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk about of the stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she withdrew the blade ready for her next strike, that the witness saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Dude, that makes no sense. She could have did it to save the literal victim. What are you doing? I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, there is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. That's fair. I can't be mad at that. That's fair. Because look, if that was the case, I'll probably be a little bit questioning that too. But if she had withdrawn the blade,
then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young Yoko boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with the demon's cold-blooded, composure too. The prosecution demands explanation. It better be good.
Okay, the problem is this. If she's with him and the Dr. Alex Wilson, they're medical people. So obviously she's gonna want to save her probably, but like, how does she not? Wait, actually, you just said that they're not really all that good with it, only professionals. Okay, fair point, my bad. I know why, never mind.
That better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does Father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know, but I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled out the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. Let's do that. Keep balling, but give me a second. Let's do it. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's though she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
I would say the pen. That clearly indicates, but hey, technically, it's a pie and a piece of a pen. Hey, who knows? The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mbambi, my bad, son, was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled out the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
That's stupid! She didn't even cover her nothing!
Yeah, that kind of sounds like Counsel. I'm not gonna lie to you, Counsel. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know, that kind of sounds crazy.
Tish, did you hear that, Your Excellency?
Best judge of the series? Honestly, I'm not gonna hold you. I actually agree with that. I like this judge a lot. I'm not gonna hold you. I like this judge a lot. Cause look, I ain't gonna lie. The other judge in Ace Attorney, the regular one, I don't know. They're like brothers or something coming out there. I don't know what they had going on. That dude was out there being I don't know what. That dude was like any girl that was out there, he was trying to go crazy. He wanted dead with everything. He wanted to see all the balloons and everything. Okay, Shishiro Goku. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, bet. I wonder why we never got a chance to actually see his name. Maybe wait, hold up. Let me ask this. Are we gonna ever? Does his name ever come up in any of these trials? Let me ask that, because I don't know if it's just a wiki thing or his name does come in the trial once or not.
But did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we could expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna be balling. We're gonna be balling. We got this.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respects to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Counsel, I mean. Slipshod? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he definitely did, because all he was saying is yokel. He's been saying nothing but yokel student ever since, bro. Dude thought, oh yeah, I got this hair on my head right here. Guess what? I'm finna go out there and say yokel, bro. Let me look that junk up. He was out there looking that word up. He was like, I'm finna say yokel the entire time. He got that. A young yokel. Oh, brother, stop saying yokel. You say, I ain't gonna lie. I think you're right. I ain't gonna hold you, Raph. I think you're right here, bro. This man is saying nothing but yokel the entire time. There you go, lie. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Well, I mean, he's not a medicine. Well, she is not a medicine expert. I don't expect her to know that. I don't even know much about medicine like that. I know about albuterol, all that stuff. Albuterol, ibuprofen and all that good stuff. But hey, everything else, it just kind of goes all around with it. I might know it by name, but yeah. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Okay, first aid. Okay, first aid. Okay, that's fair. First aid knowledge, but I don't know about medicine though. That's the problem. Actual medicine things, medical things, Actually, to be fair, I'm trying to think something. And the other thing, I'm not gonna say what thing it was, but did the father actually show her daughter about the that one case with the whole medicine thing? Where they're like, oh yeah, did she just drunk the whole thing? That's what Brett just drunk that whole thing, and then I don't get this thing. Hey, sometimes I'm just like, what the heck? You drink it, you're good, but you gotta do a certain thing. Yeah, the cure that right there. Did the father do that? Like write the thing and then gave it to the daughter who was Mikatoba, like Susato? Did he give it to Susato, or did Susato already have it? A little later, it was just trying to look for some evidence and then give it to Naruhodo. Let me know about that. But anyway, let me consider, keep going on with this thing so I don't forget. Forensic Medicine Primer. Yeah, thank you for knowing the name, because yeah, I wasn't thinking about Curera though. But yeah, thank you. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Yeah, she wasn't thinking though. She definitely wasn't thinking though. Okay, that makes sense. He probably gave it that. Does make sense. All right. That's a basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. Well, I don't know if she has an amount of sense. I mean, look at her face. Her face makes no sense at all. Like, she can't even tell who her best friend is. And actually, technically, y'all can't even tell if it's a daggone guy or not. I mean, a girl or not. Susato. So I can't say nothing. Y'all don't really have common sense in the first place. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Okay, wait. So we can't examine this pen or nothing? And then there's this, which I ain't gonna lie. That dude, look, he about to chop the neck. I ain't gonna hold you. That chop look kind of deadly. And then we know this right here. We gotta make sure we remember this. Who just texted? Dang, bro, I'm just getting texted from. Okay, well, I'll look at that later. Alright. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Supposedly has a motive for killing the victim. That's fine. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. That's fine. I can't, like, why can't I expect nothing fully? Is it... What, you just said it's true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Well, yeah, unless you cover it. So, like, I don't know why she didn't cover it. Like, she could have found any way of... Hold up. If she was in the thing... No, let me see something. Why did she just get anything to cover it? Like, I don't know. Is there anything that she could use to cover it? She could even took... I don't know if she was going to go... I don't know what she was wearing at that time, so I can't say that. But, like, can't you find, like, something to cover it with? That's the problem, though. You gotta find something to cover with. And I don't know what these things are, so I can't say, oh, yeah, cover with this. Unless you want to take literally, like, how they do it, like, the anime, just take off their, like, arm thing and then just go out there and wrap it around them. But yeah, nah, that was on her. I would have been like, yeah, I ain't mess with that. There's a knife inside her. Yeah, someone help me out with this, cause yeah, I'm not trying to get cooked. That's the best thing she can say. But it does hurt though. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Very true, very true. Until a doctor's ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Very true, very true, very true. Oh, I see. That's very true, though.
Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farms and be farm owners. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge.
Not a lot of people would understand medical stuff, though. But yeah, she should know a little something about that.
Anyone who has ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pull it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up here to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she weren't to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. But you better cook. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Sato? Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah. Counsel, it is time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issues with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Well, yeah, look, we're looking at how hard I did this the entire time. He's out there having to cook up with this. Okay, I'm gonna give me some water. Give me a second. But yeah, we're going to press that. Okay, I'm about to press everything. I don't even know what. Nope. Actually, let me look at everything real quick. Okay. Alright, let's just press everything. Let's just press everything. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needing spelled out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and the serious hemorrhage will occur, or hemorrhage would occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. Being able to drink the poison makes perfect sense. Yeah, pretty much, you're not lying. Yeah, just go out there, drink a poison, yeah, you're fine. But yeah, but if you do something else with it, if you have a little something of a wound on you, then you drink it, that's bad news for you. That's bad news for you. Like they say, yeah, have a wound up first. Gotta have a wound first. Get the wound up here first. Have the balls moved first. Yeah, you're fine. You can't just do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Okay, fair point, alright. Back to the witness testimony, please. That's basic. No, okay, yeah, we're.
Hold it.
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here, which is clearly the defendant, Ramamabi, does not possess an ounce of sense. I mean, I already said her whole face don't make sense, so hey, you got something going on with that. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure you should be leaving your friend, or leaving your best friend, as lacking in common sense. I don't care how you feel. I'm telling you the truth. Look at me when I'm talking to you. I'm the poppy now, big fella. I don't give two cares. I don't care. She don't have no common sense if she's supposed to know the most basic thing. She works with you and Deb on Dr. John H. Wilson. She should know the basic common sense of knowing something about, not pulling out the knife just instantly without putting something to stop the bleeding. I'm sorry. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer, but my apologies. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense could be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
You got that? Okay. You know what, Raph? You know what? I agree. You know what? I feel like that's what happens. But she thought I was a daggone guy too in this game. Come on. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, my Bobby-san would certainly have been aware of it. No, she has no common sense of it then, apparently.
Hold it!
Man, hold in, just get me out of here, bro. But the defendant had suddenly encountered someone she knew was lying on the ground and bleeding to death. Yeah, she panicked up. Oh yeah, you know what? That is very true. You know what? They're gonna be all crazy with that. So yeah, you know what? They got that. Too bad about that. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to move the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertently actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would have behaved so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behaviors is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Even if you are a woman. That's crazy work coming from you, ma'am, sir. Only a small-minded man could have such a bigoted, view. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much. Sadly, ma'am, sadly. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the arguments.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, isn't in Misabi-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had a motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. He's not lying, sadly. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
Shut up! And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law!
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
And with this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mababi-san.
Hold it!
Let's get out of the way. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mababi-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mababi-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. It's hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato. It's at times like these where it's especially important to remember these fundamentals, or these fundamentals. The fundamentals. Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course. But I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You need to take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater details, too. Ah, I realize this is your first time playing the role of the lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court records. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I technically know what to do, so we're good. Come to think of it, Kazusama and Naruto were always turning evidence over and over in their heads. Yes, I need to examine evidence in great details with X. Of course. Can we do it now? Perfect, we can. Let's look at this stuff. There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't Yumi University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Perfect! Okay, so we can just go out there and do that. Okay, Precocious England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you with Sasaki-san, isn't it, Father? Looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes. He became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. Yeah, he definitely did. I do hope you weren't hurt. Oh yeah, he definitely was. He definitely was. He wanted that karate chop. He was like, karate chop! This is a newspaper from Sasaki-san. Seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from the Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. From Yumi's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison that's been stolen? And it's this morning's paper that Sasaki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've never heard of any such thing. What on earth could that reporter have gleaned his information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our papers this morning, was there? It's highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. I get in that Ray had a begrudging crush on Brett. This is how she's described as... Oh. Nice to know, nice to know. Need to read this article very carefully. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Poison article here, and then we got this here. Okay, we got these two, and who distracts me? Alright, we're good now. Ah, by the looks of your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court records again, and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. This is one of the remnants of these games initially. Okay, there we go.
Objection!
Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Crap, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever, bro. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to say this. I was trying to say this. Why did it say that? I was trying to move it to the right. It said no. Objection. No, I was trying to get poison article. I hate my life. I hate my life, bro. Oh, I hate my life so much. I hate it. Alright. I guess I'm just gonna skip this. I'm not even gonna read it. And the evidence you thrusted in my direction is supposed to prove your point? I apologize. I did present it rather more forcefully than I rather intended. You will kindly refrain from those overly exuberant outbursts, Counsel. Be they verbal or material. Get that garbage out my face. You really put me in my place there. That wasn't trying to do that. Okay. Crap. Okay.
Objection!
There you go. Objected to your own objection. Sadly, I was trying to go out there and put poison article. Because he said there's no reason to do that, and a poison article would probably make sense to do that. Because it makes sense. And I didn't even read this. That's actually I didn't even read this. But I knew it was this thing, obviously. But let me look at this fully, though, so I look smart in here. Huh. Okay, so this right here. Deadly in tiny quantities. Okay. Even the smallest amount entering the body enter either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal. So that makes sense. So then the guy's going to ask, oh, that's a nice little newspaper. Tell us what part it's at. Yeah, deadly in quantities. There you go. Tiny quantities. You got it. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. And then it talks about being developed. Okay. Okay, we're good on that. So yeah, we're gonna pick the thing. Okay. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What?
Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Emperor Yumi University.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
Shush. Archie, it's my turn to talk. You zip your lips when I talk. But, Prosecutor Archie, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article, the court can't rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense, I don't know what I care for him. He can shut his mouth. I'm talking to you. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. That was a random guess from a random officer. Thing. I mean, any kind of thing was just there, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, he said, look,
I don't care, but looking at this one guy's statement. Yeah, this guy right here, his information is more useful than anything combined. I'm listening to Satoru Hosonaga. He's the smartest guy in the world. Big brain strategies.
They don't have a quarter system in Japan? That's fair, that is fair though. Oh, brother. That is fair though. Seriously, at this point, they see dupe, like, I ain't gonna lie, them eyes being, what's the word I look for? Being, what's the thing called? It's right here. I mean, the guy did say one stab wound. Well, he said multiple stab wounds, to be fair. He didn't say one single stab wound. But, I mean, look, man, at this point, I'm blaming everyone in this case. I'm blaming everyone in this daggone case. Okay, pupil constriction. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. Or extreme meiosis, whatever you want to call that dumb nonsense.
Your Excellency!
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in this article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed. It causes death in minutes. Or are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mamami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? Hey, makes sense. And you got the theme out here.
This is a complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body, not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the documents.
But what's with the eyes though? What about the pupil constriction? Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh please, this is clearly desperation! The weasel's last breath of breaking wind! The point has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is all that reliable anyway.
Can you look at the note? Can you look at the note? Can we look at the note, sir, please? In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have a strong reason for her suspicions, then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly, well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it? Yoko.
There you go. Had to do that real quick. Let me hit post-mortem report though. Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? He got that dog in him.
You can't possibly.
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in the courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it so many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the courtroom now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? You don't even need to ask.
Take that!
You don't need to ask. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, and I quote, in the notes, extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please, do tell me, please tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it was an unusual symptom of death?
Well,
under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison in that quote. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
The defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Yeah.
Prosecutor Archie, I think you'll agree that this is very compelling evidence.
You, yokel student and yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions, so He's cooking for now.
No!
Eugen Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the detailed reports in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the report of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to the public academic! Unaware of the theft of the secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper. He's trash! Get cooked, bozo!
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father.
Tisk, a pitiful situation for a university professor. That's a you issue. You should have been more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on a killing spree.
That's totally unfounded.
Who objected my objection? It hurt.
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Mama Bobby-san, you stand accused here? Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that poison was... I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What? So you knew?
I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sasaki-san were interviewing together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief? You don't mean...
Yes, of course, it was that daintily English woman.
Miss Jezebel Brett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool on the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body,
on the blade of the knife in her back. That train of thought is what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. This girl cheated!
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted that courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived! The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membabi-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
I can.
Wait, what do you mean you? I'm talking about her. No, no, no. What do you mean?
It's right here.
That's crap!
Hey, I know he's gonna be like, that's some crap. But like, come on, that's the only way you're... Well, how big... Actually, question. How big was the knife? Because I can't tell. How big was the knife? So I can just say, oh yeah, it's right here. Because that thing is kind of big. Too big, in fact. Anyone could do something there. So yeah, it went through there. Say.
Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence that proved that assertion, do you?
I don't need to. You need to. Oh, I have evidence. And it is very much conclusive.
What? What's the prosecution's counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the affirmation evidence at once, Prosecutor Archie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this upon yourself and on yourself.
Dang, you can actually see her eyes though. Oh, her eyes is closed though. Could a more crazy shot exist?
The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the truth extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that the Membabi-san plunged her dagger into the victim's body and back.
Well, let me explain something to you.
Dude, you can just, that's not really the best thing. Unless I see a video, that doesn't really give me the best thing. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it.
Order! Order! Order in the courts! Counsel for the defense! Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced in my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to nature, immature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have an ample proof. The court will accept this extreme cognate photographic print as evidence.
I can't believe he had a photographic print like that up his sleeves the entire time. And he was like, I got evidence.
Such a dark image. I've really lost for words.
Wait a minute, I don't understand. How do you, I mean, who took that photograph?
I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of crazy. How did you get that photograph? That is kind of crazy though. How did you get that? Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. No. I want to know too. I just want to know. I mean, it's kind of crazy that you have that.
Did you get it from that that guy out there in the back? Like, who'd you get it from? Oh,
Objection!
no. Let me talk to you. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photograph print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
Ah!
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Darn you! Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there is nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Okay, we can't look at the back of it. Oh, it sees that she does that. Goodness. Are we to understand then, the council, that full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origin, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print is so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Exactly. Clearly this isn't a moment that the knife was plunged into the victim, but
the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste the court's time with your rambling!
Hey Kayla, how you doing? Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene of its captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence sent to the court. I'm doing alright, I imagine. You know, just vibing, waiting for the right moment to finish this game so I can beat this game. Well, the first part of the game. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
Tish, ha ha. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to your provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsushi Achi in a court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial's going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, counsel? Your Excellency? The further question is, who took that photograph? And the truth is, I don't know. I don't know. Because it's not any of these people here. It's not Eugen. It's not Ray. It's not her. It's not him. It's not Hosodaga. And it's not him. It's not none of these people. I can't say nothing about it. Now, if I give up now, I'll never be able to look Ray in the eyes again. Sato, you need to steel yourself and summon your best arguments. I'll do my best. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photograph print is, I assure you, something that the defense can and will reveal.
What? No! That you can't possibly! But as you boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us!
Alright. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
Oh, how utterly underwhelming! Do you believe that?
However, I'm able to present evidence. The evidence has a piece of evidence that reveals an important detail of the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim something about the identity of the mystery photographer? And that would be this right here, I'm assuming. I pray. Please be right.
Take that!
Please. What is this? What is that? That newspaper again. Roll cautious, England returnee tells all. Is that the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency? It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratories at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Oh, the same thing is here! Good gracious! Wait, hold up, was it there? Oh, funny thing is, I ain't gonna lie to you. That is interesting. They're the same thing. I wasn't peeping that. I was peeping this right here. I was peeping the woman else. I was like, you know what? You know what? There's two photographs. Let me just pick that. That's all I was thinking. I wasn't even thinking they had the mark. I didn't even think the right side had the mark. I wasn't paying attention to that. I really wasn't paying attention to that. Yes, exactly. The same pattern of the line is present on this photograph too.
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind of, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There would be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, council. What's quite remarkable about it is that two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Curious matching pattern that occurs on both photographs shows the result of... It could be many things out here, I can't tell, man. Maybe it might be a camera defect, I don't know. Maybe a camera defect. I'm assuming that. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we could confidently say the camera lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such cameras, devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Achi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper? Ah!
That's right. The author of the article is the mysterious witness to this crime.
What? What?
Meaning more. I see why you were called a Roxas England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You already testified, you old man.
It's Mini Memo. I tell you, Mini Mo. No, oh, bro, I'm about to get cooked. Mini Memo. Me, Mo. So it's like Mini and Memo, like. So it's like Mini, like a little like a mini, like Mini, and then Mimo. All right, got it. Sasaki-san, what was that? Did you say mini memo? Or mini memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Wrighton Mini Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn to dusk.
Ah, now that he mentions it. Yeah, that guy right there. That guy had that little purple ink up there. He out there like, yeah, I got this. I'm gonna take this guy's stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna cook with this. I ain't gonna lie to you. Could that same reporter be a camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right? There I am, stuck in the middle with Wrighton Mini Memo or Mini Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by
Mini Memo, yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire.
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We'll adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency.
This sucks. As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, to examine for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task, understood?
YMCA! Meh. Mini Memo!
To be continued. Who just texted me? The question is, do I want to keep going? That's the problem. Do I want to keep going? You know what? We ballin'. We ballin'. We ain't no punk about it. We ballin'. We ballin'. We are ballin'. Ain't no punk. Wait, did I save it? I can't tell. I'm gonna give me some water though. Y'all give me a second though. Yeah, look, we gotta lock in though, Trap. We gotta lock in. Once we beat that, we cook. Mini Memo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Mini Memo, I ain't gonna lie to you. We gotta lock in, Trap. We gotta lock in. We gotta cook up. I'm gonna give me some water. We gotta give me a second though. August 13th, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 3. I probably should have shut that door. Let me shut that door a little bit. There you go. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, you remember what what you said, Susato? That you have no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you stand by me to the last?
I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hey, Susato, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled a knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Sato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That, in fact, has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know, you always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting on the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. Okay. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. However, it happened. And whatever really went on by the sea of that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove your everything and prove your innocence. And everything that you said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikatoba. That's my girl. Now I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure that we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. Have a look at that message real quick. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is a completely new laboratory synthesized blade of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's possible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? Why did you give it to him? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. There we go. Chemical reagent. The chemical reagent has been entered into the court record. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. A deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. I wonder how this information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the Professor Isaki said were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction said to the Professor Mikatoba, Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sasaki-san's curiosity had piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a little cursory introduction. So then, Sasaki-san knew about the poison. He must have. Yes, it is highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This mini memo, son? Oh, by the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh. A known criminal had been given permission to the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sasaki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet, he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! Okay, he said counsel. Alright. Alright. We just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. That's good. I'm switching my controller real quick. Give me a second. Understood. Alright, let me see. Can I hear myself when I do this? Alright. Perfect, again. Perfect, we're good. Alright. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now, and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. 13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Nambambi. Professor Archie, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration of the Professor Bigtoba's laboratory at Yumi University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezebel Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by Ricochet, so it would be there in good time.
By judging by that man's swagger,
I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results?
The dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the rigid, the test is extremely simple. He couldn't have made a mistake. Okay.
In short, the accused people's excuse earlier.
Give me a second. Alright, let's just see. Let me just hear a little more about this. The label appears to be written with the foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be a little help, I'm afraid. Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit of labeling the bottle Japanese, though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Fair point. Ah, yes. This must be the victim's blood. Oh dear. But it's never a pretty sight, is it? No, having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tub and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father.
Has been utterly destroyed.
Sadly, that is true. But I asked word. That.
Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Give me a second. Someone just texted me about something. Let me get that out of the way first. Just answer these people's texts real quick. I'm answering this text real quick. It should be good. There we go. Perfect. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife? But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Was there a drink of some kind or something? Like... Oh, my bad. Hold on, let me look at that. Other thing real quick. In the mouth. So they said there was no traces of it in the mouth, so it would had to be in the body or a wound. So what wound did Miss Jezebel Brett have? That's the question. What wound was there? That's the question. Was there a wound in her wrist, like how it was like the last thing with the other case? Was it on the leg? Like, that's the question that we need to find out.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Right then, memo of the Show You News. I'm what that people call a journo. What's a Journo, Father. Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when there's news breaks. Putting pens to paper to catch those scoops so they're in the print the next morning. They don't call me the hero for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so, was it you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, well, what we have here.
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Mini Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student of the foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in the Supreme Court.
Hey, that's not a bad thing. I mean, if they think of you as a handsome guy and they think of you as a cute girl, hey, that's like a dub anyway.
The readers will lap this up. We'll set it up above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Look at that. Ooh. Ooh, let me get that ooh. Oh yeah, you got that ooh. Yeah, give me that ooh. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Come here. Get the picture up. Get the legs up. Yeah, that's right. That's what I see. Let's see that good stuff. We're getting the money right there.
That's literally what he sounded like.
Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name.
It's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. That sounds like something that, Ryunosuke would say.
By the way, my name is Takatsuchi Ahachi. That's Ta-Ka-tsu-shi. A-U-G. That so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court by objection strike fear into every defenseless lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. You suck. What?
He's not lying. You are kind of trash. Witness.
Yes.
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with, and fast hands to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my mini memos. What the heck are you talking about? Mini memoism. I'm not saying that too quick. Mini memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sasaki-san. Yes, right. That was me. Mini memo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to Shoyu News offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interests.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases? That's because she happens to be a British citizen?
Yeah, that is kind of tough, though.
It's horse dog. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core.
I have to agree with that, man. I wanted her gone, too. I wanted her out of there.
Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. And you're like a 20-year-old boy. Oh, you're 38. Get out of here.
Huh. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words you said in my mini memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here it goes.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going to some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story, so I can hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh, yes. I saw it with my very own... Show no eyes. I had the arm, my bad. From start to finish. Through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Sorry, I couldn't say viewfinder that good. I feel like I had to sneeze and then just say, it just sounded like that. That's what it sounded like. Yeah, go ahead. Give me the eyes. Yeah. Yeah, give me the wink. Give me the wink. Yeah, that's the ticket. That's the ticket. Yeah. That's what he sounded like, bro. I promise you. Thank you, Mini Memo-san. You will now give your formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Alright, let's go. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens. There were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. Makes sense. The English woman was sitting on the stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames, took a splash, and whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave, one of those screens, and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Let me talk about that one then. Or I need to press that other one. Read screens, you say? Hasn't said what yet? Let me know. Which one do you want me to say? I don't know what you mean said yet. You mean the memo thing? Like... I don't know, but I know he said something about a memo, so I mean, that's what I've probably seen just yet. Or where he's just taking a picture of you. Like, read screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough, in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. I said reeds. I meant to say reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hiding up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. Saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Pause on that though, but hey. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was a game of a lifetime. Hey, can you clean that thing on your hand though? A tenacity of of purpose. So yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, that sounds like something, that sounds like it. That's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose, but I hate them. Run a risk of one day, run a scoop the next. That's mini memoism in a nutshell. Did I mention that one of them? So, yeah, I mean, I already know. I mean, the girl's 16. The girl is 16, so, he should have been caught slipping there. But yeah, they don't care about that, man. This is the world of Japan, bro. They don't care about that. They don't care. This is Japan. They don't care. This is Japan. They don't care about that. 16, 25, it don't matter. They gonna look at you. And he's like, yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah. Yeah, give me the pictures though. I'm gonna need that. Yeah, I'm gonna need that pictures though. Yeah. Give me that. Yeah. He got to hit them pictures up every time.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. And the guy that probably did the crime, too. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to the verdict. Yeah, I agree with you. No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If Sasaki right here, if this Sasaki-san Natsume did that, you know he's cooked, bro. He got that bad luck. Every girl out there is whooping his tail. They see that author, they're like, "Oh, you one of those, huh?" Boom. Just keep smacking. They're gonna be out there beating freaking everything they can. They'd get pitchforks if they could get some pitchforks out there. I ain't gonna hold you.
But what question?
Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, if he was a killer. Oh. If that's the case, I gotta know how that works because wasn't these two? I thought these two were together though. Maybe if they weren't together, that would be interesting. That would be an interesting take because I wouldn't think it would be him. So honestly, if it was him, I would be kind of confused. I'd be like, wow, why'd you do that for? Looks like it was probably like an accident thing, like what happened to the other trial. Then I got to see it, but like, I'd be like, because like those two were right by each other, weren't they? That's the only thing that would make me confused if it was him though. Unless he wasn't there, like I said, then it probably would make sense to me. Oh, that's right.
Ah.
It seems clear to me that there are some circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. My Keeks is like, hey, look, man, hey, look, I understand, man. How you doing, Tobu? Booth, how you doing, man?
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. Sorry. There's more than reported to meets the eye. He's keeping something about the case very close to his chest. Figuratively and literally. Okay, I don't care. We're sitting on the stool. Okay, can you explain a little bit more about that, though, real quick? I was gonna say,
Hold it!
see the fifth thing, but let me see six. Let me see that though. Do you swear before this very court you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment? I didn't just see that. I saw the whole scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you can use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman, was on the stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused old testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. It's what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching... Makes sense though, with this mini memo thing. You got that thing going on. I was thinking about memos the entire time. The evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. Next woman went for the student, but the girl dashed out the way. Why? And in a flash, plunged the knife to our adversary back as the two passed each other. Wow. Okay, so I want to question this. One, you're telling me okay, so you're telling me that this girl runs up, tries to hit her, supposedly,
Girl instant dodges, instant stab. Okay, hey, yeah, that makes total logic sense. Yeah, you got that, bro. You got that. What you describe as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. By the way, Mini Memo-san, whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to try to prevent that tragedy rather than capture it on film? No cares. Shadows have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. I don't know what that is. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. Okay, let me see what is that. Second name Natsume is based on and named after a real person. His family gave Rich to use his name on the condition he hated London as he did in real life. Wow, good to know. Good to know. But understandably, I'd hate life too. If I was in London, if that happened to me, I ain't gonna lie. The other thing happened to me, yeah, I'd let that happen. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Mini Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of mini Memoism. Excuse me. But I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Tough, man. Look, man. I don't know how you cap it so much, bro. It's crazy work, bro. This your initials right here, though. It's Ray's initials. It's your initials. So I think this is your pen right here, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. But let me read it apparently. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is a very clearly a message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is the key piece of evidence in this case. Indeed.
Objection!
But yeah, get this man out of here. This man's capping. Mini Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief. Let me see. It says, if it was even worse than the original version of the game, where to use slurs, many of which were directed towards Natsume. Dang, that does sound kind of tough. It's kind of rough, though. There you go. That newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie. Which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more mini-memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? They couldn't get away with keeping those when last. I mean, that's fair. I probably would have to make that straight because yeah, you got too much of that in there. Yeah, they might try to crash out. Memoism, or yeah, I keep saying this is crazy. Mini Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Oh my goodness, I'm about to say his name as Mini Memoism from now on if this keeps up. I'm not going to say San no more. I'm going to say Ism, bro. Come on. This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hands as she died. What are you? Bro, how many pencils do you have, though? You be breaking all your pencils 24/7. At this point, just break the whole pencil while you're at it. If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice its owner's initials are engraved here. RM.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused Raymond Mobby.
Is it a coincidence? I wonder. Yeah, he better write a pencil. That man got so many pencils that has last him a lifetime. That your initials are also RM?
No!
Writing mini memo. RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of memoism is being a pencil user? Yeah, I see you having a pencil, but you still can use a pen. And what's with that ink though in your hand though? You got some ink in your hand or something. I don't know what that is in your hand though, but you got something in your hand. Tell me what that is. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, thank you, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horse dog. Minamimo-san, is it not true or not the case that before she died, you met with Jezebel Brent in the beach hut?
Attention!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. They got the dog in them. They ain't like me with it. Bro, relax, buddy, relax. Crap. I gotta stretch my legs again. Yeah. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I did everything. Yeah, that's fair though. That's fair though. But yeah, that is true though. That is true. It is more common in Japan though, sadly. I don't want to be that guy, but that is, yeah, you are right about that. But yeah, some people just be on some nonsense with that. So I can't say nothing. They got that. They got that. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. By the way, you have that little, hold up, give me a second though. You, I just want to say something. Why do you have an armband with the exact same thing as that? That's kind of crazy though. I don't think there's a lot of people with that though, and the RM in their thing though. We should go out there and talk about that a little more though. But I'm kind of locked in now, so you're kind of cooked though. If they ask about how I know about that pin being your thing, my brain is just thinking though. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pin has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show... Crap, I can't see the line. Is it this or the? I don't know what it is. I gotta wait for a second. Show the court where this alleged clue lies. They straight up did a segment about doing blackface on a super popular national televised show. Dang. Hey, I can't say that about that, man. I'm not a Japan man. I'm not that Japanese man, so I'm not gonna say that. They got that, bro. I ain't gonna say nothing, bro. They're gonna be doing nonsense regardless. They got that. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its true identity. Oh, the clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity.
Got it!
Come on. As well as initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Mini Memo-san. Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Show You News! In other words, The owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News. His initials are RM. And is there anyone else out there we know out there named that? Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, mini memo-san, how do you respond? No!
Order! Order in the court. Explain yourself, witness. Explain.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? He responds with moon logic. Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter, on the behalf of the people, conducted an interview with the English woman. An interview?
You never mentioned this before!
When exactly was this? As I said, it was before the evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between you, yourself, and the victim. You will testify now under the oath and about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, alright, but... on one condition. The condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out of alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Sasaki Natsume-san. The Sasaki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourself. Because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
What?
What? Hey, bring that man out here. Memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well, I will grant the witness request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Saki-san is hiding something? Hey, what you hiding, buddy? What you hiding? Wow, we're just gonna get straight to witness testimony? You're not even gonna just... Wow. Yeah, hey, little Saki-san, look, man, it's okay, man, I look around too, bro. That man right there is kind of crazy. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed at the other witnesses coming running. The detective realized that the victim said a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. Okay, so we're gonna press those two. Got it. Because it said something about the thing.
You mean to say the victim...
The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true. Yes.
Okay.
He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
That's preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. And this court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Alright. Let's go. Y'all give me a second. Okay. Let me do my thing real quick. Give me a second. What's the secret? Give me a second though. Okay, what I will do though is I will press 4 though. I want to press 4 and maybe 5. And I'll probably press the other 2 later, but alright. I want to press this man right here with this. But y'all give me one little second, I'll be right back. Alright, so what was the question? That's the question now. What question? What exactly did he say? There you go.
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Riderman? Ah! Out with this, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray,
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the glass victim. And as soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan for the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Sasaki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't retract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She did it! She said nothing in response! But...
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you ambiguously. Now, without an evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will!
You said, who did this to you? And they never replied. Okay. Wait, what? Okay. Let me press you real quick. And I'll press the fourth one if I need to, if it comes down to it. Alright. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Talk about it. Sasaki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we were first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last out of the strength and pointed her trembling fingers at the back of the hut.
Wait. Wait. Okay, so that gives us something. That gives us something. Because she did point at the culprit, but what if she was pointing at the back of someone else was over there? And that could have been, right. So that could have been right, though. Unless she's just petty and just wants to get rid of her. But, like, she was probably trying to be like, culprit, get out the way. It's not you. It's the other one. But, yeah. Anyway, keep it going, though. Which was... It cannot be denied in the direction that the student girl was then accused today. But that's fair, though. I would understand their point, though. No. Zaki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your earlier... or original testimony? Blah, 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 blah. Fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the English woman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Somewhere in the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of the events and the direction which the victim was pointing are both unclear? So no, he might be right. He might be right. Yes, that's it. Unclear. Very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves that matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her figure wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this is an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there's no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It's now abundantly clear that no one beside the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can conclude this this trial. I'm about to say testimony, but it sucks. The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do it in extra edition. This is a serious blow, Sato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence. The judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find a clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. For collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amiss in all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally ran out. I can't say I'm surprised.
Dude, I know where it's at. Let me do my thing. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. It's a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how!
Objection!
Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. Yes, sir. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your education for the time being. Let me look at my thing. Perfect. All right. Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that could explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory, don't exist.
Objection!
Let me talk. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. But by mustering our remaining strength and pointing at a trembling finger at the killer's direction.
This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. The moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit is concealed, or was concealed? My bad. Save real quick, just so I don't forget.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. I'm Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting that the culprit was outside the hut? Indeed I am. We have evidence and have proof that it could be that.
What?
Order, order, order in the court.
But the student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire. That makes no sense at all.
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. What do you think I'm trying to do? But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. You're right. There's no other suspicious person except you in there. So you're cooked, buddy. I want you.
Obviously, if the culprit had been hiding outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
No. Actually, Prosecutor Achi, there is a way. In point of fact, the defense can prove evidence strongly suggesting that this is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You're bluffing!
The defense assertion is clearly too fantastical or whatever. Fantastical, my bad, fantastical for the court to comprehend. My bad for my bad English. Or spelling. Or grammar. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates with your theory that the victim was stabbed outside the hut? The crime scene photograph. Triangle.
Take that!
I was about to say triangle. Come on now, game. The original photograph print of the crime scene. Indeed it was. Simple as that. Yes, it clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside the beach house or beach hut.
Did you take us for fools? There's no hint of such a thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where the photograph shows a trace of being stabbed, of which you claim to took place from outside the hut. I told you.
Take that!
I know it. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However,
By parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. Pause on that entire statement, because I know someone's going to get me cooked up on my TikTok and YouTube. Pause on that. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Writing, mini memo sign. It could only have been you.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not?
You want me to clip that? Bro, clip what? You talking about the... about the other thing where I said pause where TikTok everyone's gonna get me out cooked? Honestly, usually I can clip that. Now if it was like Twitch, I need you to clip it on Twitch. And Twitch, I need people to clip it. But like, you know, for that, yeah, I'm good for right now. But hey, look. That's what's that. Yeah, some stuff I need clipping in that thing. But yeah, you got that. Which actually, that would help my case out a little. But yeah.
Does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. Dude, she was sitting. We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events as before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. She just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool?
Yeah, you see it. Yes, right there. Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word! So, in fact, the victim was
killed while standing on the stool. Honestly, you're not lying, Ray. You're not lying. hey, Ray ain't lying though, but like, hey, she got that. hey, Ray did say that. She ain't lying. I ain't stopping that. Killed whilst sitting on the stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen.
Ah!
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. For the defendant, Mbambi sans appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Hey, what you gonna do? By your silence, mini memo sign. I take it that you don't deny the charge?
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means the defendant, Mbambi-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Archie clan can't. What if my growth of hope? It was an all operation. I can't accept this. I won't.
Wait, so what? What's that mean? What does like mean? What's that mean? I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final word. Time for that line. Oh. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedoms to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established the victim was stabbed from the outside of it through the read screen's wall. Oh, whoa, what the heck? I'm sorry, controller. Good controller? This controller did get hit accidentally. My apologies. There we go. And no one but you was in place at that time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Alright, go ahead. What are you talking about? I gotta make sure I look at that thing too. Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything changes because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It has been shown that the poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right? Oh, but guess what though, buddy? Guess what though? The officer said, oh yeah, there's no poison in that thing, so congratulations. I can't help that. That is correct. The usual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was even stabbed. Huh? Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her body or in her blood. But y'all said it wasn't there, though.
How refreshing to hear the argument of the metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot of who stabbed whom and whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Yeah, you just said, but that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Attention!
Ta-ta-ha-ha! Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon.
I was about to say the blade of the daggone victim. I'm about to say, wait, why do we need a blade of the victim? But no, my bad. Let me rephrase that.
That the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. That's better.
Let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turns out to be the headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Hey, yeah. Yeah, she got that thing every time. Order in the court. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? It had to be a certain wound. There is an undeniable answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it or imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have slipped into either. Oh, so you're saying that she probably put the poison in her already, just so she didn't have to go out there and go to Shanghai, China? That would make sense. Because you know that British law, they don't be playing though. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it, or yeah, someone made her drink it, which could have been Rentaro's. I mean, not Rentaro, but Raiden. My bad. I'm saying Rentaro too much, but Raiden over here. So Raiden could have put something in that drink, be like, okay, I will be on my way. Goodbye. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Give me that ooh. Give me that ooh. I like that ooh. Give me shots. Ooh, 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 ooh. He's out to hit the ooze. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poison a woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe given the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is Prime Press Father, that says. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. Everybody call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. Hey bro, look man, he don't know about it. Hey, he don't know about that. He don't care about that. He's like, yeah, give me the shots. Oh, I need some shots. Yeah, give me the shots. Hold on, wait, one time. Yeah, one more time here. On the other side. Am I alright? Yeah, there you go. He's like, yeah, give me the shots. Bro, he did not care about that, bro. He's like, nah, bro, I'm cooking. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal, and I'm a man. I've never tried to run and hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's minimalism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd eliminate the truth, but it slipped right back to obscurity. Just where is this trial going to take us? Let's go. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. It's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Okay. Because why would I bother to stab a woman if I already poisoned her? Because you need a wound? And you need to put a wound? If she was already drinking it and you just instantly just stabbed her, there you go, you're good. I mean, did you not? Oh, my bad. I think. There you go, because like you need to have a wound, I'm assuming. Yeah, you need a small amount either through that or a wound. And went to the mouth. Or via the wound in the mouth. So I mean, hey, you could have did that if you wanted to. So I mean, hey. Or just wait a few seconds, wait for that thing to sit in. Wait for it to, the poison just go in there and get in her mouth. There you go, boop, there you go. So you probably need to do, honestly. When I heard the student girl and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she had did, someone else would have to see justice done. Okay. So admit then, everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this on the miserable country of ours. I actually do agree with that. I do agree with it though. A country that bows to the pressure of the foreign powers and lets murderers walk away free? What kind of future could a country like that have?
That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimonies before. But as it turns out, there was someone else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. Hey, he's playing it smart though. That's right, you guessed it. The pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. Hey, look, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, Raph, I ain't gonna lie, this guy might be out there trying to get some, I don't know. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journo here's off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore the reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I've made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kasuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Hold on, wait, what? I said 9 out of 10. Okay, perfect. Had to make sure. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination of this trial. Alright, let's go. There we go. Yes, Your Excellency. Alright. My YouTube's acting a little weird. Okay, there you go. Gotta make sure. Okay. Okay, might as well complain about that. I'll press this real quick. So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like that. These accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act certainly, but not one of the murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life. In the space of a minute, quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil, and then got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then, witness.
Hold it!
Let me talk to you. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, the professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, nonetheless. Right, but the Englishwoman just cheered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai, however. There's a little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her.
can't. I can't stay here and listen to this tripe. Ray. You girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep it quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Settle, please. You have to make them listen.
Turn to the dock at once, and Bobby-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, begotten, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there, lady. Take it easy.
Please, I really think the court should listen to what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency!
Shut up. This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defense's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thanks so much, Your Excellency.
Can we press that? Can we press that then? The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? Has affected her being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. Yeah. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pressed Professor Mikatopa until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Sasaki-san expressed such interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact it was an extremely potent substance. I was very ashamed of it myself. It's just that I've been a singularly, terrible experience with the deadly poison. I wanted to look at my own enemy in the eye. Surely you could understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involved in it somehow, it just wouldn't be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled up those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it in English, actually. Yeah, you know what? Raph, you're right. You're right, Raph, you're right. She wants some of that. She wants some of that, bro. She wants some of everything. I ain't gonna lie. She got that. Oh, yes. Memo-san. What's my question, if you don't mind?
I do mind. Can't see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in, whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing, which makes sense. We get that. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Exclusively, deadly poison stolen from Yumi University. Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. Might as well be university as well, but hey. The story was published in this morning's editions of Show You News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
I'm sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article. It's almost as if what I said to Miss Brett word for word. Well, Minamimo-san? As a journal, and as a citizen of the free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of the mini-memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write that article. He had based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me and arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. You better crash out. Okay, man.
Hold it!
Let me talk to you real quick. First, you doubted the efficacy of the poison itself to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, I'm not surprised you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. Well, yet this man proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There's a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yeah, that's undeniable. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, that's right. That's it. Then, when the Minnow side first found out the exact nature of the poison he used, could that be the key here? The victim unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable, but there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could find that possible explanation of why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Who did I check real quick? Let me see who texted me real quick. Here we go. There you go. Okay. I mean, we could press this. Not press, but we could hit it for this one right here. Hold up.
Objection!
There you go. Let's try that. Well, I could think of one reason. What? What? But before I explain, I'd like to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There could be no question of that. After all, we were all at the laboratory together. All we were told to do is that it was a terrible toxin.
And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mbabi-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to slip the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, Counsel?
Minimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found opportunity, this man would have seen it. Ugh. Which means that Miss Brett could have been imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mbabi-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minimemo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information in which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. And there are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxins we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Mbabi-san being no exception. And therefore, we could conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you writes in Minimemo.
God.
It was you who stole the poison from the victim. Oh, brother. Who keeps texting me again? Alright, this person's texting me about some nonsense. There you go. Sorry, someone just texted me about nonsense. Okay. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms, it was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you were already giving the victim that poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. And a plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing sign of the new secret poison use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effect of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its uses, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order! Order! Order in the court! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument in which to put forth?
Well, there are a number of, yes. I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much of the same way he nurtures the remnant of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope?
Yeah, you losing that hope, Betty. Is it the guy? Oh, he about to crash out?
Forget this! You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai! Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My birching, I don't need a counter-argument. I'm him!
I can see him saying that. What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Bro, there's so much evidence I have, it should be ridiculous. Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? Without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas, I base my news off facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here. In many of my memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted.
That makes sense, that makes sense. Who just texted me? This person just texted me about some nonsense. Who did text me about? Sorry, someone just texted me. My apologies, though. My apologies.
Okay, that's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
I mean, he's not lying. It's printed word. I thought it hit X, my bad. I thought it hit X. But surely it would not be an easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open. See, I write in Minamomo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
He's trying to cap his way out of that. Why is every one of them so good at capping though? But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you identified, the poison itself is the definite evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day, the true culprit, is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Oh, well, I appreciate the compliment, sir, but, yeah. My point is this. There is one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. Yep. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown as evidence, and I ain't gonna lie, what evidence do I have? The only thing I can really say is that I could say this, or maybe this. I don't really know, honestly. It's either newspaper stuff, it's either this, or it's gotta be some other nonsense I don't know about. I don't know. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison that day in question? Oh, I forgot. He was in here. He was in here because of the daggone pen. I'm stupid. Because he was holding the pen the entire time, so he had to be in here somehow. Okay, that makes sense.
Take that!
That's what I forgot. My bad. Well, I think you'll agree that it's clearly demonstrated by this piece of evidence here. By that, you intend to prove that the witness stole the poison? How exactly, counsel? You wouldn't know that until you attempt it yourself. Exactly. That being the case, you will attempt the what was the idea of my courtroom? He said, yeah, that pen is nice and all. Yeah, he had it? Yeah, interesting. That pen looks kind of nice. Let me look at that pen real quick. That pen looks amazing. That pen has a lot of good stuff on it. Now let me talk to you real quick. Oh yeah, that pen, it seems like Cap. Okay. You can do that. It could be there, and then it's, oh my, I keep getting texts. Y'all gonna say, this person keeps texting me. Why are they doing this to me? Who keeps texting me, big fella? I'm trying to do a daggone thing, and I think I'm about to be done with it anyway. Who keeps texting me? Now, I need to see who keeps texting me. Who just texted me? Now, who texted me? They doing too much nonsense. So it's not, okay, so I can't do nothing with this. So this pen is absolutely wrong. Do I need to, like, scan it or something? Like, did I do something wrong? Wait, what? Does the piece obviously out of order here? Does it? Not bad. If we take off the pen's lid. Wait, what? Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Wait, what? I swear, if this was the answer and I just didn't scan it, I'm gonna crash out. This must be the reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from the bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually be ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. I swear, if this is the right answer... I swear, if this is the right answer and I just forgot to do the right thing, I'm gonna crash out. Oh dear, that didn't go as well as I'd hoped. The file is in which the poison is kept inside the laboratory, which means that the thief must have transferred a quantity of it to another container. I swear I was right. I'm gonna crash out. I just forgot to look at the thing. Look at it all the way, Father. So, what you're saying is I should be looking for a piece of evidence that could be used as some kind of vessel. Well, yes. That's more or less what I said, indeed. I must have mind another good look at the court records before Father solves this whole case for me. I swear, if this is the right answer, I'm gonna crash out.
Take that!
I swear, I was right. That's the problem. I was right. I just forgot to scan this dumb nonsense. I was thinking of something like that because maybe, you know, they had something in there, or it's gonna be maybe this. I just a fountain pen. How could that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. And let me get my phone back for it. I'm salty, bro, because I was actually right. That's how bad it was. I was right in everything. And they still said, nah, we gotta think about that one. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Ah, I swear it's by a weasel-haired calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, I love my fountain pens. Suck up a soup can of sumptuous ink, and one word is awash with words. The blink of an eye. That's right.
fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, in which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to inject it through the nib again, of course. My word! Could that really be? I'm sorry. You're really a strategic mastermind. Well, mini memo sign? I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Dude, you're the smartest dude out there I know who out there using an ink pen just for that. You're crazy for that, though. You used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning it, the poison up the nib and into the pen's reservoir. God. I'm not gonna lie. He got it, bro. He got it.
More absurdity! That never happened!
True. We've only heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this in the laboratory. But why would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo side. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
There could have been any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down, details of his conversation with the victim. In which shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. Because I low-key forgot to look into it, which is my fault. Dang. What newspaper reporter goes to the interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back to the game. I've played a reservoir. Or reserve. Ah! Whoa! What are you throwing at? You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation. Nothing more. If you thought you could bring me down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. I could just show you this. Let me make sure. Do I need to check anything else? Anything with this? Anything you want to make sure? Anything with this? I don't see that. I don't see that. I don't see nothing. I don't see that here. Okay, let me see anything else. Let me see anything else. I need to check. Anything else here? Anything else with a knife? No, nothing with a knife. Nothing with a knife. Can't do nothing with that. We're good with that. Can't do nothing about that. We looked at everything from here. I'm making sure. I don't care. I'm making sure. I'm not trying to get caught slipping again. This game be making me hate everything in life. Anything else I need to look at? I'm making sure. I'm looking at everything. Because this game be on some nonsense. That thing almost ticked me off. I'm not going to lie to you. It looks as though it's going to take one final
decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can provide or prove that he did it with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Mini memo sign. This is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece of the puzzle. The defense can prove by any means of an item that it was a witness pin, so thing. Give me the chemical reagent. Give me the chemical reagent.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah! Yeah, congratulations. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other means. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. Reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle at the tip of your fountain pen, Medium Bosan, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this! Trying to hold its head. Yeah, I'm not doing that. You got that? Justice! Righteousness! Medium Momo! Oh, yeah, oh. Sato. With me. I'm there. What? Ugh. Did I do it right? That was not a takedown, was it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Hey, that works. That works. Yeah, he might as well be dead at that point. I'm sorry, he got thrown that far up in the air and falls down like that. I'm sorry. Even if it's by two girls, I'm sorry. He's gone. Yeah, I think he need to be knocked out asleep or something. I don't know. The instant the first drop of reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down in the sink, in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for the opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? It's your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me on one thing, Mini Momo-san, or Mini Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in the article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too easy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went to that hut intended to quiz her on the situation. That's all, as a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by not leaving the country? I told her what I thought about it. But she just laughed in my face! Oh, what's this?
A far eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What? What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. He's like, I'm gonna body her! That's what I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at that time. Hey, you already know she also nonsense about that. Look, there's her. Hey, look. There's Jezebel Brett, and then there's the prosecutor that we shall not name that hates Japanese, which is kind of crazy work. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should have just get out of there as quick as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she had done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirits, getting all fired up. The eyes are just gonna go out there like, it's gonna again. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice, but surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you saw. Hey man, we got to see how it is though. I might stream this tomorrow, I might stream it on Wednesday. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your precision, witness. Be careful what you say. Oh, come on! Does it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away and sunset a free woman? The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had been gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I've done my research, dug up all the dirt, and I was ready to... Oh, it was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government's going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Okay, let me say my opinion though. Even though he killed her, I'm not really mad at him for doing that. Like, honestly, he wants justice. We all want justice for what happened. I mean, I'm gonna keep it a stack. I wouldn't be mad at him because look, the justice system is trash. They're all just in Great Britain. I feel like Great Britain's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna go out there and take advantage of this. They're gonna probably try to crash out or nothing. We're gonna have to need Sherlock Holmes' help probably. We're gonna have to get everyone's help. We're gonna need Iris' help. We're gonna need everyone's help and lock in. Like, I don't know how to feel about this, but I ain't mad at them for this. Let's not forget, Mini Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. Which, that's the problem I have with you, though. That's the problem I have with you. You put the blame on the defendant. You should have done that. Yeah, I agree. I have a problem with that. Now, if you want to say, look, I did it, but I did it for justice. That's different. That's fine. It's when you blame Ray for it, when it's a 6-year-old that did do nothing wrong, and you just blame it on her because, you know, she was indebted to John H. Wilson, you know what I'm saying? That's the problem. That's the problem. Now, her getting her get back, though, I mean, him getting his get back, it's fine, though. But yeah, you gotta do all that, though. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezebel Brett. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't say that. I think Jezebel Brett is a lot worse. But yeah, he's definitely worse though. But he's not worse than her. Don't ever say that. But he's definitely worse though.
What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counts for the defense. Ryotaro. No, hold on. I was gonna say Ryunosuke. No, hold on. Hey. Crap. I gotta text my friend real quick. I'll let him know I'll be around 10. There we go. That way he's good. Alright. Oh. Yes, sorry, Your Excellency. Just moving in the mainly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, now hold on. I mean, Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. I find it funny if you said all outfits, he'll be wearing them in the flashbacks. Buddy. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel so keenly that the future of the justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. And so you could have Susato out of her disguise. Oh, sounds interesting. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Archie, do you have any final thoughts? Oh, he's gonna cut his hair. He's gonna cut his hair. He's gonna cut his also. He's gonna cut off his last help.
Prosecutor Archie? I, Takatsuchi of the Archie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has been withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path up to Archieism.
Archieism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Anyway, but no, it's okay. I mean, love it. Y'all have y'all little argument. As long as y'all ain't, going too crazy. As long as you ain't going too crazy.
Sprig of my topknot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi. Ah!
Dang, that hair went away that quickly, bro. Yeah, that hope is gone. They praying for him. He's like, that's a big hit right there. He sounds so cute. He's like, okay. He went on that. They said, my hair. And he got that hair instantly. He got that. They got that. Now, in regard of the defendant, Raymond Bobby Sand.
Yes, Your Excellency.
There's a bonus mini case of Archie Sui Cosmo for cutting his hair, but it was cut from the collection. That makes sense. I mean, hey, I would like to see it though. But hey, I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. I thought they would do like the court is adjourned. There you go. Now I would like to see who goes in there, but here's what I might do. Oh no, let me stop playing. I'll talk about that a little later after this thing's over. But August 13th, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. It's over. My head is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Ryunosuke Naruhodo is the GOAT, though. Lawyers have such a great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Okay, so I'm assuming this is the girl. So, Susato. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Yeah, she's definitely into the many tropes out there of being bi. It's understandable though. I'm sorry, bro. I gotta say Ryunosuke's better. I only see one thing from Dagon Susato, so I can't say nothing yet. I only see one thing from Susato. I can't say too much. But don't get wrong though, Susato's a great character though. She's a great character though, and I wish she would stop doing Susato takedowns on me. But I will say though, she is a great character though. But I can't say she's the best lawyer yet, man. I can't. Unless I see her being every daggone lawyer in this entire game, I can't say nothing. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Sato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. To throw caution to the wind. I love you, Sujita. Look, I love you, Sujita. At the very beginning of it, like, well, not beginning, but like the very end of it, of like the trial, I loved her. Great character, great amazing character. I can't be mad about her. Great character. If you actually looked at my tier list for it, which you could after this thing, which actually I might have to do another tier list for that because people couldn't really hear it because I forgot to mute like the Discord side when Vortex and them were talking when there were Marvel Rivals. So I might have another tier list for that later. But at least the parts, at least for the other thing, which I'll explain more about it later down the lines. But yeah, I'll explain it more later though. Whenever I do more of another tier list for it though, because I gotta do a tier list for the other things, which is gonna be the better one though. Caution to the what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Yotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow, or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, right? At any rate, you really knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anyone else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Well, I mean, I already beat the beginning of it, so I mean, I already have that. That's the only one I've done is the beginning one, and all stuff. And then I'm gonna have another one. That's why I'm gonna have two different trials. I mean, she's bi, man. I mean, I'm not questioning it. She got that. I'm not messing with that. And plus, if you try to touch me, I'm taking your your check away. If I had to check for you. Oh my goodness! No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. Yeah, understandably, it makes sense though. That's why I'm not looking at anything else. Like I have my tier list. I'll get the other tier list and I'll explain more of it later down the lines. But yeah. As your father, I am extremely proud of you.
Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba for now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? What is happening? Sasaki-san, Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well... Yeah, hey, that'd be nice for her. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba. I don't. So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were local student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Poor Sasaki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum that it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. Hey, I'm sure they will be. Right now, though, they out there doing this. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sasaki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. Look, Felix, has to happen somehow. Hey, you're not lying. Hey, I mean, look, man, you got it. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. I'm a chief inspector of the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're one woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as a head waiter of a restaurant. Yeah, he got whooped too. And then on the steamship to the Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Oh yes! It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. Yeah, the question is, why did she kill him, though? The mystery is, why did she kill him? Yeah, that is the question. I hope it has nothing to do with that Morse code thing. I'm praying it doesn't. I pray not. But if it is, we're going to have to just accept this lost. And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. That's fair. That's fair. Unless, is there any spirit mediums out here? Absolutely not. Okay, understandable. On the voyage to the Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. It's gonna be a... Look, man, look. It's gonna be a problem, though. That means that they wanted people dead, which means it might low-key... Okay, think of it like this. Let's say it like this. Let's say the code is true. Jezebel Brett, you said she was in that thing. that code. She was in the code. That's one in the code. Cosmo Sagi, that was in the code. He's dead. You know, or supposedly killed by the woman. By getting his head hit by the thing, which I still think that's stupid. I don't think anyone should die to that. But anyway, he's dead. Third one, which is Tobias Gregson. If that's the case, that means he's supposed to die if everyone's dying exactly the way it is. John H. Wilson is dead. By Brett. So the other case is Tobias Gregson. If he dies somehow, then that means they either wanted him dead or there are an important case to the matter. So it's going to be one of those lines. And I'm hoping it, you know, if it's that, I hope I'm right, I guess. I don't know. That's how I'm feeling about it. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him, I'm about to say, bro. That's what I was about to say. I don't think that was her name up there, but you said it was, so I was kind of confused. I thought it was another name. I was about to get confused. But yeah, two of them are found supposedly dead. That's the problem. And two names are out. So it goes either way with it. Well, according to the stories published about him, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was exceptional doctor of medicine by the name John H. Wilson. What? The Dr. Wilson? Just can't believe that was a coincidence. I think that English doctor of medicine killed here in Japanese 9 months ago must have been friends and partners of Mr. Holmes. Not bad. And if that really is true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumi University. But I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan saying that you were sick. And it said that you had collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Yeah, that's the case, that she could have been helping me out, though. But I mean, to be fair, she did do that little thing which could have got her in trouble. So I mean, I'm not really, mad about her having to leave, because like she would probably got cooked if they tried to find her. Was there something in Great Britain? You said it was not unconscious? It wasn't breathing. But I'm sorry, but I don't think that, him falling because of the bed should be the problem, though. I think that's the only thing I go weird about. Now, if it was like a weird bedside thing, like where there was a big stick out there and he hit the thing on that thing, I could understand that. But I just don't know how it could knock him out. That's just me. I don't know. By a little girl, that's just my opinion. I don't know. Like offends me or harm me? That's really the only explanation I could think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't... let me go! Meaning, Momo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? What'd I do to you? I know the truth. I know you had your hand in what went down and what went on. And that physics student's fate. Physics student? Jezebel Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Or are you talking about Asagi? Trip Special said on the wig laps. I gotta see how he got knocked down. I gotta see how he got knocked down fully, because I didn't get a chance to see that fully. Because I can't remember that much. But I don't know. That just felt a little iffy to me. I ain't gonna lie. That felt a little iffy to me. That's just me. It feels a little iffy to me. That's just my opinion. That's my opinion. What? Student law? He means Kazuma-sama. Oh, so he was Kazuma-sama. Okay, what's up, man? What are you talking about? What does that have anything to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't even know the guy that never made it to England. That he died on the steamship. Yep, that's true, that's true. And that he'll never... What? Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. Oh, well, Judge, that's the first time I've ever seen you do that. I think he's the originator of it. What were you officers playing at? Sorry, Your Excellency. Okay, yeah, it must be something secret then if he just that came out of nowhere. I was coming to tell you that Ricochet has arrived, Eugen. And it's a good job I came by. Yes. Thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. Hey, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. Hey, it could be both, man. I can't say nothing, man. I don't know his build, though. Look at him, bro. He got that drift. Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Tishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I last seen you, you have taken a more dashing appearance, Susato. Did you know all along, from the start of the trial? Ha 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 ha. A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Shiro here hadn't known and he had recognized you, he's canonically jacked. Hey, I couldn't say it. Recognize it. So I had a word in his ear beforehand. It's an old friend. So, Shishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father, sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What did you think of my Shishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I saw a man like that flying like that. Ha 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 ha. I mean, he said he got the Shishiro sling out here. I can't say nothing. You got it, bro. You got that, Brody. You got that. I'm not gonna complain about it. I mean, I already said that. Hey, I mean, I can't say nothing about that. She got that. She got that. I ain't messing. I ain't stopping that. Oh, I couldn't see that before. Hold up. Hold up. Wait. Whatever could Father be hiding from me about Isabel Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikatoba-san Esquires, can I have a word with you? Oh, yes, of course, Sasaki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be a fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh, I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Sasaki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible, accursed. I have no doubt. Such an awful thing I was embroiled in. Thank goodness Malcolm Student Oda-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured me my freedom, I couldn't wait to get back on the ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikatoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my reports. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the reports. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part of my father was interested in. I don't really know exactly, but do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I can never forget. Your father seemed concerned stuff mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean, well, when Mr. Schultz forbade us, any of us, to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any of the members were aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that the detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that the case somehow upholds the key up to all the curious unanswered questions. The horrific, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings. The case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Hey, perfect.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
How long have I been streaming this for?
And having stood in
5
the
hours
Supreme Court
per
now,
brother.
I think I can comprehend a little better.
See how it
How
goes.
you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
See, I can't do that voice. It's gonna get me cooked.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves.
That's because the budget for this game, which is why we
Perhaps
lost
you might
the
like to look over them again.
anime cutscenes.
Today, for the first time this year,
Makes sense, makes sense.
it
I
feels
understand, I
as though
understand.
summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue.
That makes sense, I
It
understand.
makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
End. Alright, y'all, we are going to stop it here. I am going to save it here. Actually, do I want to... Actually... You know what? Yeah, we'll save it here. We'll find whatever part it's supposed to be for later. But yeah, y'all, we're going to stop it here. Thank y'all for showing love on the stream. I appreciate it. I will definitely stream this game tomorrow for the other stuff. But yeah, y'all, I need to go ahead and get some to eat because I got to get ready for the stream in a little bit an hour and go from there because it's already going to be all over the spot. In this case, I'll probably be here tomorrow for it. Maybe around 4, maybe around 4:30. We'll see how it is. But yeah, y'all, I'm going to stop it here. Thank y'all for showing love on the stream. I will see y'all tomorrow, at least on YouTube though. But if you're on Twitch, you'll see me in an hour. Peace and love.